Hello there and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday, July 2nd, 2023. I'm standing here at the end of the Kaagbaan. Today in use for departures as runway 24. At the moment, one of two runways in use for departures. As I was setting up, it was the only runway, and landing took place on Polderbaan from the north and Buitenvelderbaan from the east. So over there at the McDonald's. A few minutes ago they changed it and went back to two runways for departures and one for arrivals. So Polderbaan is now the only runway in use for arrivals. And Kaagbaan, together with runway 18 left, are used for departures. Now the wind is blowing relatively hard. 18 knots from the west, which makes for a little bit of crosswind from the right for the airplanes taking off from this runway. As you guys can see, it is cloudy but sunny. Here you can see a makeshift windsock, a proxy windsock showing the wind versus the runway heading. It is 17 degrees Celsius or about 64 degrees Fahrenheit. Next up is going to be a Boeing 737-800 KLM flight 1127 outbound Copenhagen, a 12-year-old 737. Now, because the wind is quite strong, you can see that the airplanes are airborne relatively quickly already and passing over quite high. Makes for a little stunt work required by me to operate the camera. So apologies. Maybe at times my camera work is not the best. These are the most difficult planes to capture. They fly almost directly over you. So there's a lot of camera movement involved when they pass over. Not sure what is in store for today. I haven't checked the departures schedule beforehand. I've been to the Polderbaan last week a couple of times already, so I figured it was about time to go to the Kaagbaan regardless of what was going on over there. So whether or not there are any interesting airplanes due to take off this morning, I don't know. Let it be a surprise, I should say. Now in the meantime, you can see that departing traffic is also taking off from the other runway in the distance. This is what you can see of that. I cannot watch all air traffic on flight radar simultaneously, so if you guys see something that is going to take off from the other runway, do let me know. This is what we can see from over here, from departing traffic from 18 left. Lovely cloudy black backdrop. Typical Dutch sky, I would say. Alright, well, See that a lot of people have already joined in the chat, so let me say good morning to each and every one of you. Infinity, goedemorgen. Jens, good morning. Wendy, goedemorgen. Top of the morning to Evan. Also checking in quite soon, quite early, or late I should say. Hey there, plane spotter Joshi. Remco, goedemorgen. Simran Jeet, good morning. Elton, good morning. Benjamin, good morning. Welcome back. Richard, good morning. How's life in Cardiff? Julian, good morning. Tina, good morning. Veldi, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Adi Boske Seal Jr. checking in from Indonesia. Good evening, my friend. So glad you're back again. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody is doing well. Sander, goedemorgen. Jean-Yves, salut. Comment ça va aujourd'hui? Rick, goedemorgen. What a lot of people. So early in the morning already. Marijn, goedemorgen. And Marijn is saying there's a Rugby World Cup France livery A380 landing at Schiphol today. That is... Well, depending on what time it's coming in, it might land on runway 27 or on Polderbaan. If it is landing on runway 27, we might catch a glimpse from over here. Although, don't expect to see a lot of detail from over here. If they open up runway 27 later in the morning again, which I'm sure they will at some point, and close 18 left, that is now a secondary runway for departures, I can show you what you can see from landing traffic over here. It's not a lot. Iemand die je niet kent. Hello. Goedemorgen. Excellent. Well, folks, let's see what is going on the platform. We are waiting for new traffic to take off. Last couple of departures did take off, but from the other runway. Is this an Embraer that we might see depart? I don't see it on flight radar. Or is this... Oh wait, I think it might be this one, yeah. It doesn't say the destination on flight radar. Hey, Gosse, goedemorgen buurman. Alles goed kerel? Jordi, goedemorgen. Good morning. Now this is the Embraer 175 that is outbound according to flight radar, but doesn't specify, doesn't have its destination specified on flight radar. Hey Vincent, goedemorgen, good morning. Well folks, there is traffic coming. The big bird just coming around the corner is, I think, KLM flight 787, which is an Airbus A330, of course, 200 going to Sint Maarten. Now if that isn't going to take off from runway 24, I don't know what will. Let me fixate at least my tripod if I'm not panning or tilting, so that at least the vibrations are reduced a little bit. Unfortunately, enabling image stabilizer doesn't do a whole lot to mitigate the wind vibrations. Now you have to remember this is being fully zoomed in, and this camera has the equivalent zoom of 600 millimeters. If you're not into photography, it doesn't say a lot, but it's like a small telescope. So any movement of the camera is what's the word? Still early. Exaggerated. Not the word I was looking for, but does cover what I'm trying to convey. Magnified. So we're now basically looking through a small telescope in terms of zoom. So any little movement in the tripod or camera you clearly see, and unfortunately the image stabilizer on my camera is not so good that it mitigates those sorts of vibrations. It does introduce new disturbances, lagging or overshooting, which is why I prefer not to use it whenever possible, although when it is really stormy it is useful. Morgen Erik, Laura, good morning Laura, Jim Jackson, goedemorgen. People with Dutch sounding names speaking English and people with English sounding names writing Dutch in the chat. Confusing. Hey Renee, good morning. Elton, good morning. Not sure who I already said good morning to or who I didn't, so apologies if I missed you, or apologies if I said good morning twice. So this is with the tripod unlocked. Maybe we can try image stabilizer in a moment. Now if I keep tension on the panhandle, i.e. moving the camera, it is less visible. Now, on its way to that airport, I think most people would one day want to go to, just to do a little bit of casual spotting, Sint Maarten. Yes, James, good morning. It is windy. If you look in the ticker, I always put in the meter, the weather report. It is blowing with 18 knots now from the west, 270 degrees. The runway heading for this runway 240 degrees. And we have an Atlas Air Queen crossing the runway. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol Airport, this is the runway we are now standing next to is the Kaagbaan, and on both sides of this runway there are parking places for cargo airplanes. All the cargo and logistics companies are concentrated on both sides of this runway. So all the heavies, inbound and outbound, the triples, the queens, they park here and they depart from here. So on this side we don't get to see the airplanes fully once they're parked. Unfortunately, there is a mound of asphalt or sand or something blocking the view. You can see a few tails behind it. That's where the parking spots are. That's where this Atlas is also going to park. On the other side of the runway, you also have logistics companies and parking places for cargo planes. You can see all the cargo packages and containers are parked on the ground. At the moment, as you can see, no airplanes, so I'm expecting maybe during the morning a few will arrive and will park on that location. Obviously, we're well positioned to see that once it does happen. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is an A319 on its way to London Luton, EasyJet. Already quite far away, as you guys can see. They move quickly. Now in terms of the water, I did see a grebe as I was setting up. I don't see it anymore. I do see a coot over there. And I think this is, well, I don't know what it is. Probably the E190 to Gdansk. But that is interesting. If it is, then why is it taking off to the southwest and not using the north-south runway? So other than the coot, I don't see any other wildlife over here right now. The grass has grown back quite significantly already in the last period that since I've been here. Let's see what is going on in the distance. Right. Anyway, I see much more activity in the chat. Good morning to Ewald, Miguel, Jean-Claude, good morning. James Carey, oh no, I already said hi to you. Richard, goedemorgen. Manon, goedemorgen. Waarom sta je niet bij de polderbaan? Why am I not at the polderbaan? Because I've been there all the time last week, so I figured now is the time to switch it up, go see different traffic from a different runway. Aaron wondering what I ate last night. I had some mixed vegetables in a Mexican mix. So kidney beans, corn, I think also some carrots, not sure anymore. Was mixed vegetables with, I saw a Beyond, what was it? Schnitzel or something from Beyond. So their burgers are quite good, so I figured let's give that a try. And some regular potatoes, real plain Jane food. As a side dish, a little cup of fresh rhubarb with fresh strawberries. Always great. This time of year, my favorite side dish. An E2 Embraer 195 to Bergen, coming this way. Hey Marius, goedemorgen. Mr. Ozas, good morning, goedemorgen. Hey there Dale, good morning. Mr. Cole, good morning. Mitchell, goedemorgen. Mohammed, goedemorgen, good morning. Frank, good morning. Goedemorgen. Checking in from Limburg. Always have to think of Limburg supply. So good. Now, if you guys could just see me crouch as the camera points almost directly up when this airplane passes over. There's more gymnastics going on behind the camera than you might think when you're filming departures such as these. Now, interesting is that it didn't say its destination originally. Flight radar has been having some hiccups lately. Now, here too, bird controllers are active. There we go. Looks like a Ford Ranger. They also have VWs, but this is not one of them. I think the coot that we saw in the grass just now is currently soaring over here. Either that or we have a different we're filming a different coot, but oh wait, oh, am I able to show you guys? No, the camera is not high enough. There was a second one over here. Ah, no. So there are at least 4. So this is number 3. And there is number 4. 4 coots. 0 ducks so far, but we know that they like to sleep in from experience. Getting chased away by K4. Now, Evan, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Thank you very much. That is a very nice way to support the channel, and Eric was gifted the membership, so welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge there, Eric. Meanwhile, good morning to all other viewers who have joined. Sunfield and Sons, Daddy Dewey, asking where are the quackers. Well, we do have some quackers, but not sure if the sound that coots make can be classified as being quacks. I think they might be checking the runway for the time being. Hey there Luca, good morning. Dave A010, good morning. Aaron, good morning. Miguel informing us that there are 2 747s landing in the next 5 minutes. Now, unfortunately, the landings take place on Polderbound right now. This is not the best location to be seeing traffic on the Polderbaan. Actually, I don't think we're even able to see them. When traffic takes off from 18 left, we are able to see it. This is what you can see from it, from over here. Now, as you guys can see, it is cloudy, although not as rainy anymore as it was yesterday. In the end, it was drizzly until in the afternoon. So I quickly decided it would be better, my time would be better spent doing other stuff instead of live streaming. Had a great walk later when it did began to dry up a little bit around the end of the afternoon. And luckily today it is dry again, cloudy, nice Dutch sky all around. No precipitation in the weather forecast for today or for, well, maybe, I'm not sure. They did say, or was that tomorrow? Maybe here and there an isolated shower. Typically those happen more land inward than near the coastal areas. I'm a bit taller than my camera is positioned right now, so I can see the bird controller and we can barely see it because the electricity house is blocking the view somewhat. There you go, a bit of rain in Leeuwarden, Rick is saying. Frank asks, what is the temperature in Schiphol? You can see the temperature also in the ticker, where I also post the weather. Last time I checked it was 17 degrees Celsius over here, so that is approximately 64 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is a bit cooler than it has been over the last couple of weeks. It is set to warm up again as the week progresses, with temperatures reaching highs in the vicinity of 25 degrees Celsius or 70 degrees Fahrenheit when we are approaching the next weekend. Now, let me just, as a matter of experimentation, try enabling image stabilizer. Let me choose dynamic, see what it does. Maybe it helps giving a little bit more. Oh, it does seem to help reducing the vibrations right now. Huh, okay, maybe for this type of filming it is actually good to enable it. Let's see how it goes. Could be worse, could be worse. KLM 737 in the Sky Team livery. Next up is going to be Air Baltic, an A220 going to Riga by the looks of it. Would be Air Baltic, flight 618 going to Riga. Airbus A320-300, 4 years old, and first life, first flight was in October 2018. Hey Bisnovald, goedemorgen, good morning. Perry, good morning, goedemorgen. Well, Rick, at the moment my nose is not yet runny, but if temperatures keep dropping, I'm not sure what will come back first, the runny nose or the cold hands, but let's not think too far in advance because the days are already shortening again over here on the northern hemisphere. Hey, goedemorgen Martin. Eddie, goedemorgen. Mr. or Mrs. P. Whitten, thank you so much for your kind words. I'm glad you're enjoying, and thanks for your kind words and tuning in again. KLM 737. Is this the 700 to Aberdeen? Hey there Malt, good morning, happy Sunday to you too. So folks, if you just tuned in, welcome to the show. This is AMS Live, my name is Boy. You're watching departures from the Kaagbaan, runway 24. At the moment one of the two runways in use for departures. The other runway being 18 left. I think we spot the first grebe of the day. And to get it in proper focus, let's go back to autofocus. Found that working with manual focus on infinity most of the time when following airplanes is actually quite helpful. Spotting close up wildlife of course requires a different focal range. Is that another coot or no? That is a quacker. It is the first quacker of the morning. No, I don't see any other quackers. Let's quickly turn around because there is a heavy underway. Back to manual focus. Focus on infinity. On its way right now, coming towards us, American Airlines flight 221. It is a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner going to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. It is a 2-year-old airplane that had its first flight in October 2020. Just look at the flex in the wings. Magnificent. Now, it is windy at the moment. We have wind blowing with 18 knots from 270 degrees and the runway heading is 240 degrees. So there's a little bit of crosswind from the right, but mostly headwind. Up in the distance is another 737 to Helsinki. In the meantime, I saw a very generous super chat from Richard saying: Boy, ga zo door met je mooie en duidelijke streams. Please continue with what you're doing with your nice and clear streams. Thank you so much, Richard, for your kind and generous support. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, my friend. I will keep on going, definitely. We've only just begun. Either today or tomorrow we might even break the 5k subscriber barrier. So we've only just begun. Next up is KLM flight 1167. Boeing 737-900 going to Helsinki, Finland. 21 years old, first flight October 2001. Hey Samuel, good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hey there, Gurjot, if I'm saying that properly. And if I don't, I'm sorry. Kai, good morning, tuning in from Cologne. Really running behind on the chat. Apologies for that, fellas. Shamrock flying back either to Cork or to Dublin. Not sure yet if enabling image stabilizer is better than having it turned off. I think I might switch back to turning it off just to see what the difference will make. It is a bit like being on a ship. Going up and down, it overshoots, you correct, it overshoots again. Bit annoying. Another A220 from Air Baltic, this one going to Tallinn. A 1-year-old airplane that had its first flight in July 2021. No special liveries for Air Baltic today, unfortunately, by the looks of it. Yeah, we've had all three of them already. To Vilnius, Riga and Tallinn. Hey, guten Morgen Hans-Joachim. Toll, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen. Und alle andere deutsch sprechende Zuschauer, herzlich willkommen. Next up, A350-1000 KLM flight 661 going to Houston, Texas. A 17-year-old A330, first flight July 2005. This is less up and down, bouncy, where you need to correct for the overcorrection of the image stabilizer. Look at that beautiful backdrop, blue sky, a few clouds, the sun illuminating the airplane. Hey Jan Kees, goedemorgen. Good morning. Rudolf, goedemorgen. Agent Kleine Daters. Good to see you again. Subscriber number 2 or 3. I'm not sure which of you two were first, you or your co-worker, but you were the second and third. So I'm honored to have you in the chat. Mats, goedemorgen, good morning. Renee, good morning. Now, lined up right now is an Embraer 190 going to Leeds. Behind it on the left is an A330neo, Delta Airlines Flight 57 going to Salt Lake City. That is going to be number 2. Hey Stefan, goedemorgen, good morning. 777-200 to Lima also seems to be coming after, possibly after the A330neo. So first up, this little Embraer 190 KLM flight 1541 going to Leeds, already airborne. You can see coming over high in a minute. 13 years old, this airplane. Let's do some gymnastics. Really had to crouch for that one. Was almost directly head over me. Alright, so this Embraer is coming home, all. Bom dia, Dennis. Checking in from Brazil or Portugal? Alright, time for the heavy hitters. Lined up right now and on the move already. Delta Airlines flight 57. It is going to Salt Lake City. It is an A350-900 Neo. 4 years old. First flight was in May 2019. Hey Paul, goedemorgen, good morning. And Dennis is tuning in from Brazil. Still early in the morning. What is it? 4:15? Okay, so it was not going to be the triple that was the next airplane, but by the looks of it, a Dreamliner that is going to Las Vegas will be going first. Now, one at left also still being used. However, that is not our concern. Because, oh wait, no, not Las Vegas, LAX, Los Angeles, KLM flight 601 lined up in the distance right now. Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner going to Las Vegas. And let me just fixate. Yeah, that makes a bit of difference. So fixating the tripod and releasing the locks quickly when it starts moving is the key to getting a bit stable image while stationary. Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, 5 years old, first flight March 2018, on its way to LAX. So in 10 hours from now, you can see it. It's probably going to be live streamed. It's landing. There you go. Hey, good morning Lisa, good morning Avi. Happy weekend to you all. Jens asks where my spottersplaats is today. It's a bit hard to explain. It is in a field of grass where not an official spottersplaats is. You also need to park your car in a street where on work days you cannot find a parking place. I will show you if it gets a bit more quiet where I am located. Help me remember if I tend to forget, but I'll show you guys later. We have a lineup, a queue for the runway that we are standing next to. And the first airplane to take off now, lined up in the distance, is KLM Flight 743. It is a 777-200 with destination Lima in Peru. It is 17 years old, this airplane. March 2006 was its first flight. The PHBQM. Now you can see there is a little bit of crosswind from the right. Wind is blowing 270 from 270. The wind is blowing from 270, the airplanes are taking off in direction 240. Hey Nelly, goedemorgen! Good morning, and good morning to all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. Now there is a field of grass, there is a road at the end of runway 0624. It has a curve, a 90-degree curve in it, and in that corner there is a strip of grass that leads to over here. That is where I am standing. I think that is the Alsmeerse Weg, but no, it's Beach Avenue. So if you look on Google Maps you can find that road. You need to park your car further up the road, further down the road, or up the road depending on which way you look at it. Further up is a crossing. I think that is Alsmeerse Weg or something, not sure. Anyway, there you have a few parking places, but typically not during weekdays. A few heavies have parked in the meantime, cargo heavies, Queens in fact, where there were no airplanes on that side of the cargo parking place earlier. Next up, Ryanair going to Dublin. Probably hearing the wind when the camera is pointed in this direction, because this is also where the wind is mostly coming from. Next up is going to be a speedbird to London Heathrow. Already airborne, A319. Hey Phil, good morning my friend. Haha, good to see you again. I think it's been a while, hasn't it? Hope you're doing well my friend. I definitely am doing well, although it is a bit windy over here. Another 747 on the other side of the cargo platform. Not sure where it's going to go to, if it just arrived or if it's leaving. What is leaving is this KLM flight 1009. Wait, no, that's the wrong. KLM flight 605, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner to San Francisco. It is 3 years old, first flight October 2019. Ooh, happy birthday Phil! Congratulations my friend, so honored that you are spending part of your holiday over here with us in the live stream. Hey Yorkshire, good morning my friend. How are you doing my friend? Alright, another Dreamliner already lining up in the distance. Going to Bogota. So is this the Martinair Cargo 747 then? To switch things up, here is another confuser. Okay, that is the Martinair Cargo. This is KLM flight 747, and of course it isn't a 747, but it is a Dreamliner 7879 going to Bogota in Colombia. It is 5 years old, first flight was in January 2018. Alright, well, what is going on in the distance? Airplane taking off from 18 left. Martinair Cargo 747 taxiing. Flaps set, contrary to just now. We have some traffic going to runway 24 for departure. Something lined up in the distance already. Boeing 737-800 going to London Heathrow. Where's this 747 going to? Miami or something? Is it also going to take off from this runway? Hey Rolf, goedemorgen. Doing well, a bit windy over here, but otherwise I'm doing really well. Lovely weather. Johannesburg, okay. Well, let's see where it is going to take off from. That is exactly what I am hoping as well, Eric. I think we are all hoping for that. Well, Johannesburg, logically speaking, you would say a south-oriented runway is the most logical to take off from. And I think this is the Dash A300 from the Coast Guard. That just took off from the Oostbaan. Or is it a different... No, it is the Coast Guard, isn't it? I think it is. KLM E2-195 Embraer. No idea where it's going to, but indeed, Jens, perfect conditions for crosswind landings at Polderbaan. The wind is blowing perpendicular to the runway heading of Polderbaan, so definitely interesting as well. There we go. Now after this Embraer, we're going to get a few more heavy departures. I'm very much inclined to believe that the 747 Martinair is going to take off from runway 24 in a minute. Looking on flight radar, either that or it's waiting forever to be able to cross the runway to taxi back up to the threshold of 18 left. So this is Delta Airlines flight 135 Airbus A330-300 going to Detroit. It is 16 years old. First flight was in December 2006. Now quickly turning around, 777 time, ladies and gentlemen, to Quito, A200. And I think we might see a Queen after that, although I'm not fully sure. There are also a lot of other airplanes lined up on the other side. Dreamliner as well. Well, we'll see. In a minute, coming this way, KLM flight 755. It is a 777-200 ER going to Quito in South America. This airplane is 17 years old. Its first flight was in February 2006. Hey there Mario, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Hope you're doing well, mate. For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to runway 24, currently one of the two runways in use for departures. This is the Kaagbaan. Wind is blowing from the west, 270 degrees, 18 knots. They're taking off in direction runway 240. So that means that there is a little bit of crosswind from the right. Hey Gijsbers, goedemorgen, designed by Jensen, good morning. Now, that 747 is still not departing. Traffic from the other side is allowed to go ahead. Next up, KLM flight 1109, Embraer 175, City Hopper, going to Stockholm. Once it is given permission. First, the wake turbulence needs to dissipate a little bit. Meantime, departures from 18 left continue to take place. KLM Blue against a nice Dutch backdrop. Classical. Alright, now let's have a look. Looks like another Embraer 175 is going first. And then there's a Dreamliner also on that side. Of course, still the Martinair. Oh, it is moving. It is moving. Does that mean it's going to go next after this Embraer 175 has taken off? Sure looks like it's moving in. Shall I enable a little bit of digital zoom so that we can zoom in a bit more? me go back to the optical zoom range because it is getting distorted. Right, KLM, sorry, Martinair Cargo. Don't see him very often anymore these days. Flight 8561, Boeing 747-400, going to Johannesburg, South Africa. This 400, 33 years old, ladies and gentlemen. First flight May 1990. May 1990, holy F. That is an old airplane. That's a nice one, Eric. A queen does not take off but elevates. It rises. On its way to South Africa. The first queen of the day. Now, it is actually quite windy, as you guys can see. The waves are not the smallest. Our Bob the Builder is still working on building its mansion, its dream home. Sourcing for her prowess with maybe it is a lady coot, I don't know. Could be. This is Delta Airlines Flight 143 going to Seattle, an A330-300. She's 19 years old, by the way. First flight of this airplane was in October of the year 2003. Now, ducks are still nowhere to be seen. We will have to make do with meadow birds and coots for the time being. Lined up right now in the distance is Delta Airlines flight 179. It is an A330-300 going to Portland, Oregon. It is 8 years old. First flight was in June 2015. Portland! She's coming home, Jerry. She's coming home. The lights are on. And she's on the move. Excellent. We might get a photo bomb moment from the left, from a yellow authority vehicle. It only says authority. Respect the authority. Oh, sounds like it's a bit cooler over there in Warwick than it is over here, Phil. Over here it was 17 degrees Celsius when I was setting up. Let me see, I think now would be a good time to also update the weather in the ticker. See if the wind has changed significantly since I updated it the last time. Let's go into flight radar. Okay, not a lot has changed. Wind speed and direction basically the same. Temperature also still the same. Okay, still 17 degrees Celsius over here. Copy, paste, adjust the font size and color, save. There you go. So if you look in the ticker right now, you can see the latest weather. The wind is still blowing with 17 knots from 270 degrees. Visibility still 10 kilometers or more. A few scattered clouds at 2,700 feet. Temperature is 17 degrees. The dew point is 11 degrees. The air pressure 1009 hectopascal, still relatively high pressure. And no significant wheelies are allowed. But that's okay because we're watching departures. Coming this way, A321 Neo in the French Rugby Federation special livery from Vueling. Qui a dit le coq ne savait pas voler? According to the picture on flight radar. It's going to Barcelona. Let's have a look. The if we can pick something up from the livery. Not from this angle, that's a bit unfortunate. So yeah, it was a special livery, and you might have seen something, you might have been able to see something of it. I couldn't really see a whole lot from where I was standing. It is a new airplane, began its flying career March this year. But too bad, Laura, that we only saw the bottom half of the airplane and not so much the part where the Rugby livery was actually on the livery. Anyway, who knows, it might come back tomorrow. Maybe we can see it land or take off better. Next up is number 190, going to Bologna. Yeah, you're right, Laura. Better, better than nothing. Absolutely. Now, standing here in the shade with the wind, I'm happy that I have long pants on, my jeans and a vest on. It's actually getting a bit chilly, dare I say it. The beginning of July. Now, Air China Cargo, the Queen is getting, is it loaded or unloaded? Let's see. Something I can mitigate with the dynamic image stabilizer. That seems to have reduced the vibrations a bit. Well, not fully mitigated, but Silkway behind it is also either loaded or unloaded. What is happening? Cargo is in the airplane. I don't see any action going on right now. Let's focus in on the first two then. Hey Jan, goedemorgen, good morning. Now, I see a lot of movement on the platform, so we are going to see outbound traffic for runway 24 in a minute again. no doubt in my mind. You always have these momentary lulls. The upshot of being over here is that at least you can also have a look and see what's going on the cargo platform. Meantime, in the distance, according to Flight Radar, there is an A319 from EasyJet to London Luton lining up. Let's go and see it take off then. First, do take off, switch off image stabilizer again. Oh yes, cause this is the Kaagbaan indeed. That is correct, as Nelly was correctly saying. Also, a Pilatus private jet just took off from runway 24. Can I see it? It is tiny. Just further out already. Should be there. Really tiny. Hey Berend, goedemorgen, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well, mate. So, on the move right now, EasyJet flight 22516. It is an A319, destination London Luton. The airplane's age is 16 years. Its first flight was in November of the year 2006. Happy to report that the sun, at least over here, is out again, shining through one of the holes in between the friendly clouds that are in the sky at the moment. Now, in the water over here, still ripples, but not a lot of birds. The coots I don't see at the moment. Oh wait, hey! We have a ninja coot over here. What was it? If it hadn't been for that white streak over its forehead and its beak, it would have been very hard to spot. That's the only bird in the water that I'm currently seeing. No grebes, no ducks, no nothing other than this one coot. Also no ducklings or other baby birds. No herons, no falcons. Alright, next up another EasyJet. This is an A320 going to Naples, flight 24232. Going to Napoli in Italia. 7 years old this airplane, first flight was in November 2015. Now I see another A320 and there you also see it, an American Airlines Dreamliner going to Philadelphia. I think it's going to be the third one or so, or the fourth to take off. A few more minutes. What is this? Let's see. I have to be quick. I was going under really quickly. Huh. Gone already. Did not look like a prototypical grebe from what I could tell. Whether it was a duck or anything, I don't know. Norwegian Neo. Another grumpy man on the tail. And in the meantime, hey there, Peter Muller, Johnny Freddy, who says, enjoying your stream here in southern Queensland. Thank you so much for your kind words there, and thanks for joining. Good evening to you, my friend. Hey there, stranger, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope everybody is doing well. It's time for a few more heavies. The first of which is coming this way. American Airlines flight 203, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner going to Philadelphia. It is 2 years old. First flight of this airplane was in July 2020. Now, not sure what is going to come next because there's also a little British Airways A320 that might go first before the other heavies after this Dreamliner. It might also have to wait. You never know. Beautiful flex in those wings. I think A777 is going to be the next airplane. It is already lined up. It is already moving. Scott informing us that there is a Singapore A350 coming soon. That's good news. Before that, we will first see KLM flight 591. This is the airplane in question. 777-300 ER going to Johannesburg, South Africa. This airplane, 11 years old, first flight was in June 2012. If you just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Cargolux runway 24, currently one of the two runways in use for departures. You might be asking, is it windy? Yes, it is. Wind is blowing with 17 or 18 knots from 270 degrees. This runway is headed 240 degrees, so the airplanes are faced with mostly headwind, but a little bit of crosswind from the right. Also why the camera is a bit shaky if I don't lock it or have it and moving it. Our next airplane is going to be an A330-1000 from KLM going to Kigali. It is KLM flight 535. This A330-1000 is 8 years old, had its first flight in October 2014. The weather otherwise over here, sunny, a few friendly clouds, no precipitation is expected for today. The current air temperature is around 17 degrees Celsius or around 64 degrees Fahrenheit. Looking all around, you can see this is what I would call a typical Dutch sky. Blue and friendly clouds. I think the lights have gone on the A330, so we'll probably see it come this way quickly. And Gurjot asks, when will be the flight to Riga? I think they already took off. We already saw 3 of the Air Baltic flights. We are seeing a Cargolux Queen that has apparently just arrived, and behind it a lovely blue ITA Airways Azzurro. I'm thinking we might see the Cargolux cross the runway after this A330 has passed. Paul Pixel, good morning. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. In the meantime, we just missed the crossing of the Cargolux Queen. She's just crossed the runway while we were filming the A330. Lining up in the distance right now is a Vueling flight to Bilbao, where yesterday the Tour de France began, if I'm not mistaken. Flight 8355, A320. Oh, what is this? Have they begun? Oh, this must be a go-around. I was wondering, have they begun using 1/8 center or 1/8 right for departures, but this must be a go-around. Beautiful backdrop that you might not see fully when zoomed in. So that might have been a go-around from an arriving airplane. Might also have been the reason why the A320 wasn't given clearance to take off yet, crossing traffic. And Yorkshire confirming it was indeed a go-around. Now in the meantime, the Cargolux we can see going to its parking place. You can also see the Atlas Airtail here on the right in the relative foreground. There you go, the Vueling already airborne with this much wind and this much headwind. Embraer E195 from Munich, okay. Old school A320 to Bilbao from Vueling. And next is going to be, and already on the move, the Speedbird A320 to London Gatwick, airborne already, flight 2825. She had to wait a little bit, but now airborne and underway. 20 years old, first flight November 2002. Hey, goedemorgen George. Aphrodite, goedemorgen. Good morning to you both. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome as well. You're watching AMS Live. Departures from Kaagbaan, runway 24. Coming this way is a Boeing 737-800 from Aeromexico going to Madrid. Aeromexico, Air Europa. I wish it was Aeromexico, but Air Europa, flight 1098, back to Madrid. 5-year-old airplane, first flight was in April 2018. Hey Michel, goedemorgen. Bram, goedemorgen. Josegi checking in from Mombasa again. Good morning or good afternoon, my friend. And Bram is going to Schiphol in a minute to watch the A380. Yeah, I'm afraid that we are not going to see a whole lot of it from over here. Unless it is landing on runway 27, then we might see a glimpse of it. We'll have to keep an eye out for the runway usage. Next up is going to be an A220 from Air France, going to Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1341, a brand new airplane according to Flight Radar. Had its first flight in December last year. That is a coot that you are hearing in the foreground. Coots are still active and busy and present. Other birds might be on vacation. maybe the snack special on this Air France is canard. Fresh canard. So the wind is not slowing down by any means. Still 17, 18 knots, 270 degrees. This is the direction the wind is coming from. There is crosswind from the right for the pilots taking off from this runway, as you guys can see. Hey there, PlayStation Gamer. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Hope you are doing well as well. Thomas checking in from Antwerpen. Good morning. Antwerpen represent. I'm missing an airplane here. KLM Embraer. Are taking off quickly. The next airplane is already rolling, I think. And that is Delta Airlines Flight 47, an A330-300 going to New York JFK. This airplane is 7 years old, first flight April 2016. Ah, an aalscholver. Thanks for the update, Paul. I wasn't sure what it was. And hey there, Paul Dunn. I'm doing well. Hope you are doing well as well. Enjoying a great morning of plane spotting from the Kaagbaan over here. Although it is a bit windy. Hey Anja, goedemorgen. Hope you're doing well. Alles goed? If you're new to the channel, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is the Kaagbaan, one of the two runways used for departures. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask. People in the chat are not only very friendly, they are also very knowledgeable. So don't be afraid to say hi. Now, interestingly, a privilege style 777 flying for Surinam Airways to Paramaribo. Not sure if that is because yesterday we had Ketty Kotti over here, where I think it is the abolishment of slavery that is celebrated. It means the release of the chains. So a lot of celebrations took place yesterday, and I can imagine a lot of people from Suriname who might have come over to the Netherlands for it. Not sure if they are already flying back, hence A777 was rented for today. A bit more capacity than the A340, or maybe the A340 is in maintenance already. So this is privilege style flying for Surinam Airways. It is flight 993. It is a 777-200 ER. 22 years old. First flight was in June 2001. now. The 777 is on the move. Time to release the brakes of the tripod. Looks like we might see another A330 from Delta behind this airplane. Beautiful. Now, even though it's not so much curved as with the Dreamliner, you can also clearly see that there is flex in the wings of the triple. And good morning to Blackburst and to Paul Beal. Groetjes uit Leeds. Well, we just sent a few airplanes over to you earlier this morning. Hopefully you have received them in good order. Hopefully they all arrived in one piece. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 161, Airbus A330-1000, destination Minneapolis. This airplane is 16 years old, first flight was in November 2006. Now, even these heavies are already airborne quite quickly, you can see. And Pub Transit says Surinam A340 is actually in Amsterdam. Okay, interesting. And Eric is informing us that the Singapore Airlines A350 is taxiing. Hey there, Amy. It not only does it sound pretty windy, it is actually pretty windy. We have wind blowing from the west with 17 to 18 knots at the moment. So it is quite windy. And Nick asks, can you get here by car? You can, but you have to park further out, and where I park is difficult to park during weekdays. During the weekends it's very doable, but hard to find a place during weekdays. GG Game says a friend of mine is about to take off with Transavia in 11 minutes. From this runway or from the other runway? So, coming this way, Shamrock Flight 603, Aer Lingus going back to Dublin, an A320 that is 18 years old already. First flight of this airplane was in July of the year 2004. One passed almost immediately over me. Had to do a little bit of gymnastics to keep it more or less in center of field of view. Servus Peppi! Super toll, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. House life in Innsbruck. Meanwhile, we are seeing an A350 Singapore Airlines. Now, let me quickly have a look. Does that mean that I need to update the ticker? I think might be the case then. Yeah, parallel landings, 18 right, 18 center, Kaagbaan, only runway in use for departures. All traffic, outbound traffic will be coming to this runway. Time to update the ticker quickly. Departures 24, arrivals 18 right, 18 C. Done. Back to the camera it is. Singapore Airlines, flight 323, Airbus A350-900 going to Singapore. One of the furthest destinations you can fly to from Amsterdam. This airplane, 3 years old, had its first flight in October of the year 2019. And I think it is the first A350 of the show. Normally you also see a few from Delta, sometimes Finnair. Hey Maurice, goedemorgen. How nice that you are with us again. All other viewers, hi to you too. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The people over here are very helpful and very knowledgeable. We have a Coot on land. And I saw movement further out. Let's have a look. Not sure if I can make it out what it is, but I think those are ducklings. I think that's Mama Duck and ducklings behind her. Pretty sure that are ducks, the first ducks of today. Now over here more construction is underway. The coot is hiding, but there is a coot's nest over here in the making. Now the wind is definitely not slowing down, that much I can tell you. The wind is blowing from 270 degrees, 17 or 18 knots. The runway heading is 240 degrees, so there is a little bit of crosswind from the right for the airplanes taking off from this runway. Currently it is the only runway in use for departures. that looks like a TUI. Is it a... Oh, that is a 767 coming this way. Excellent. Hey there, Gav. Nice of you to join us again. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for your kind words. And also hello from Two Little Ducks in the UK. Well, quack back to you. Quack, quack. Okay, so runway 27 apparently has also opened for arrivals. If interesting air traffic will be landing on 27, this is what we can see of it. Obviously, this is the other side of the airfield. I'm surprised you're not able to see the arches, the golden arches from McDonald's from over here. But they should be somewhere here. Right, first 767 of the stream. TUI flight 1585 going to Lanzarote. 767-300ER, 23 years old. First flight of this airplane, February 2000. And already up in the sky. Peter K, good morning. Long time no speak. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. So this is the only runway in use for departures right now. That means it can get a little bit busy. We're now looking at a Dreamliner. The wings are already looking flexed as it is standing still. United Airlines flight 908 going to Chicago O'Hare. Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, 10 years old. First flight December 2012. Here we go. But it looked like there was already flex in the wings as it was just standing still. Obviously an optical illusion, but it sure seemed like that for a moment. Dreamliner floating away against a beautiful Dutch backdrop of blue sky and some friendly clouds. What a way to start the Sunday morning. Is that a bird controller? I think it is. Not sure what it is doing. You don't typically see them leave the vehicle, their safe space. Let me have a look on the laptop screen, see what is going on. Also, in the meantime, thank you so much, Gav, for your generous super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate it. Now I'm not sure what the bird controller is doing over there, was doing over there. Oh, see some birds. Think that is also what he might have been seeing. Taking a piss. Don't take the piss, Boris. Oh, he was actually... Okay. Let's just pretend like we didn't see that then, shall we? It draws the attention when bird controllers leave their vehicle. That's why I was focused on it. You normally only see them in their vehicles. So seeing them outside of their natural habitat immediately draws the attention. Dum 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 dum. Nothing to see, ladies and gentlemen. Just go on with your business. Now, in the distance is an A320neo Sky Express flight 8251 going to Heraklion in Greece in a few moments. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight was October 2020. Hey Jenny, morning. Hope everybody is having a great Sunday. Neo time. Off to Heraklion. Already quite high in the sky. Get good climb rates with headwind like this. Is that Air Malta? No. Iberia Express. So, over here still 3 airplanes are being loaded and unloaded. On the other side of the runway, where the south side of the cargo parking places is, we don't see any action. Now there's hardly any action to be seen because this mound of sand or asphalt or whatever it is blocking our view. I was told that the intention is that another logistics building is being built over here. Hey, and a biz jet just took off from the Oost runway. So that mound of sand or asphalt or whatever it is will at some point vanish. We might see more cargo jet parking places over there, although I'm not sure yet if it is all ever going to go through, what with all the discussion about nitrogen and stuff over here in this country. Delta A330 to Boston. Jelina, goedemorgen. Good morning. Alright, so next up looks like a Boeing 737-700 to Budapest. I'm also looking in between the clouds over here to see if maybe I can see some contrails, but I actually don't see any. It seems like there isn't a lot of humidity in the upper atmosphere where the airplanes are flying that produce contrails. Now, this is what you can see from airplanes landing on runway 27. And I also have to update the ticker with the runway usage, because I updated it when it was still parallel 18 right and 18 center, but apparently it's now 18 right and 27 by the looks of it. What time is the Emirates A380 expected? Is it still on time around 1 p.m. like normal, or this is what we can see if it is landing on 27 later, if it's not coming in so late that let me double check. Okay. Oh, they changed the runway usage again. At the moment, both 18 left and 24 are used for departures, and 27 is the only runway in use for arrivals. So, tough break for the people who are now at the Polderbaan, because the runway has been closed, which is rather exceptional. This runway, the Cargolux and the Polderbaan, are two of the preferential runways, and whenever possible, they'll try to keep them open for use. So current runway configuration is rather exceptional. Now, we did already see a go around earlier from an airplane that tried to land to the south. Hey! This is not like Rage Against the Machine Bulls on Parade, but this is Ducks on Parade. and a crow is flying away. I also saw a coot over here in the water, but I think it is in the obscured by the reeds on this side of the canal. Let's see. Aphrodita has to go. If you're still around, see you later, alligator. Thanks for joining. Let me update the ticker with the runway usage once again. It has changed. So departures 2418, left arrivals to 7. While we're at it, let me also head over to flight radar and check the latest METAR. The wind has increased a little bit, 19 knots right now. I guess the crosswind for Polderbound was too severe. Update and save. So I updated the ticker with both the current runway usage and with the latest METAR. The latest METAR from almost half an hour ago. It says that the wind has even increased to 20 knots from direction 260 degrees, varying between 230 and 300 degrees. So that is wind from the southwest, varying between northwest and, well, southwest. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more. There are few clouds at 2,700 feet. The temperature has increased to 18 degrees Celsius, so that is 76 degrees Fahrenheit. Dew point is 11 degrees Celsius. QNH, the temperature, the air pressure, 1,009 hectopascals, and no significant wheelies are allowed. Right, there's an airplane lining up a bit to the right, so let me pan to the right. Hey there, good evening. Andrew, checking in from New South Wales. Isn't that the abbreviation, NSW? From down under. Welcome to the show, my friend. Hope you are enjoying yourself. Also, all the other viewers who are new to the channel, welcome. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to Cargolux, one of the 2 runways in use for departures right now. It is windy. It is cool, not cold. And we are looking at KLM flight 691, a 777-200 destination YYZ, or Toronto, Canada. It is a 777-200ER. She is 17 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in April of the year 2006. And Petros, hi there, checking in from Athens, where it is a cool 33 degrees Celsius, so that is 96 Fahrenheit. Brr, breezy. I can also see a chopper. Let me see if I can show you guys. It is small, near the tower. Oh, but there is the triple, it is moving. Back to the things at hand. Yes, this is a great sound, isn't it? General Electric's best symphony, if you ask me. Erik asks, where am I parking? Yeah, there is a parking prohibition everywhere. So this field of grass is in the corner of the road called Beach Avenue. And if you follow the road in the direction that the grass is in, you follow the road in that direction, there is a crossing. I think it is Aalsmeerse Weg. And over there, coming from this way, on the right, there are a few buildings, a few companies, and there are a few parking places that are occupied if you go there on weekdays. If you go here during the weekend, you can park your car over there and then walk by the side of the road, because no cyclists, no pedestrians are allowed. So you have to walk either on the road, which is what I am doing because I also have a cart with me. But you can walk over here from over there. I think it's just under 10 minutes. Right, that was another 777. Now, this is where the wind is coming from. You can see by the flag. And it looks like the sky in this part of the sky is also more open. Less clouds than when I turn around. This is away from the wind, land inward. So that's good news. We might see a bit more sunshine. It was said that the sun was going to come out more today, after having had a quite drizzly day yesterday. That lasted until the second half of the afternoon in the end. So I did have a look yesterday morning whether or not I was going to go out for another live stream yesterday, but in the end I decided that I was going to take the day off and do other stuff. Did have a great walk in the second half of the afternoon as it became dry in the dunes of Noordwijk. Lovely walk within the time span of an hour, walking through forest, walking through dune, walking a bit over the beach, getting a lot of sand in my shoes. I remember why I didn't like going to the beach as I was little. That was the reason, getting sand everywhere. Alright, we'll have to wait a little bit for the next airplane to line up. There is an airplane landing on runway 27. Well, you also had a day off, Yorkshire. You guys, you and all the other mods also have to work really hard whenever I'm live to moderate. So once again, thank you to you and all the other moderators who have been keeping the chat clean for the moment since the channel begun, and you guys got on board. Credit where credit is due. Now, of course, AMS live viewers are very decent people in and of themselves already. But we do sometimes get the occasional spammer. And then it's good to have capable moderators such as you guys to get rid of those annoying people. Now, this is a very Dutch sky. Green flat grasslands and blue sky with friendly clouds. It's almost picturesque. Hey, I see a banana on flight radar and I see something yellow getting pushed back. Either that or it has turned on its reverse. It is. I'm wondering. Nah. Airplanes like these can probably not reverse based on their reverse thrust alone, can they? Is there anybody who knows for sure? I'm sure they're too heavy, even if they're fully empty and only have the pilots on board, no cargo, the minimum amount of fuel. I'm pretty sure that the reverse thrust is not so strong that an A300 would be able to back up by using reverse thrust alone. Or can it? Well, Han, painting is not something I have talent for, so if I would undergo such an effort, it's probably not going to be worth the time invested. Oh, it is possible, Andrew says. That is interesting. I didn't know. I thought that they probably would have been too heavy. But that is impressive. Now, of course, it's not safe. I was just wondering if, in theory, it would be possible. Interesting. Hey, thanks for joining, Erik. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And see you again soon. Kees, thanks for your kind words, friend. Now, the banana is taxiing. And we'll be taking off shortly. Before that, we are going to see a CRJ. Well, we're seeing the tail of the CRJ and a smudge that has to resemble the fuselage. Heat distortion. Oh, BizJet taking off from the Oostbaan. Like more traffic is coming this way. Ah, another departure. Austrian going to Vienna. Okay, CRJ on the move. There we go. So SAS going to Copenhagen, CRJ 900 long range, 5 years old, first flight November 2017. Hey Marissa, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well on this somewhat windy Sunday. Where an Airbus A320 to London Heathrow Speedbird Flight 431 has just taken off. It is 20 years old. First flight was in September 2002. You can see that the sky is absolutely getting more open, more blue versus the more cloudy backdrop that we had earlier in the morning. And a good morning to you, Kathleen, celebrating 3 months of membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Kathleen. And also thank you for your moderator activities. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Quickly back to the camera. It's getting a little bit busy. Now a lot of airplanes are active on the platform around the runway threshold. It seems that the banana is going to take off from 18 left. That is unfortunate. Really would have been lovely to see it take off from over here. Unfortunately, it looks like we are only going to see it after it is coming back on its takeoff. Plenty more airplanes to come this way. First up is going to be a KLM Embraer 175 to Bergen, flight 1187, a 6-year-old airplane that had its first flight in February 2017. You can see it banked left and right, definitely a bit windy. And another bizjet just took off from the Oost runway. Okay, Kuni informing us that the A380 in special livery is expected in an hour, so between 1 and 1:15 p.m. local time. Now again, I'm not going to be able to show you a whole lot because you can see from the airplane and the airplanes that you saw in the background, we are pretty far away from what is going on runway 27, provided that it is still the active runway for arrivals by the time the A380 arrives. But I'll gladly stick around until the A380 at least to see what we can show you guys. But don't get your hopes up too high from this vantage point. We're not going to see a whole lot of it. Hey, that's good news, Marissa. Delta A330 to New York JFK has been pushed back. It was on flight radar for a while already, I think. So finally a bit of movement. Situation over here in the water, quiet. We did see the nice duck parade earlier. At the moment no coots, no ducks, no grebes. No nothing. Things are overgrowing a little bit again. The grass is coming back as well after having been mown a few weeks ago. Still relatively green, which I didn't expect. We haven't had a lot of precipitation over the last couple of weeks. We did have a few days with precipitation, but overall the balance is it's still a dry summer thus far. Now, the wind is definitely picking up on occasion. Maybe going back to image stabilizer is now better. And this looks like Turkish. Oh. What a magnificent backdrop. I'm also seeing planes flying downwind to land on runway 27. Probably at 7,000 feet or so. Well, a bit obscured by the clouds. Oh, nice way to orient. Let's see. I saw an airplane flying up in the sky without a contrail. Now, which cloud was I using as a reference frame? I think this one. Probably, nah, that is still like finding a needle in a haystack. Finding airplanes up in the sky without a contrail to follow or to hone in on is extremely difficult. Particularly out here with the sun out and reflections everywhere. Now rest assured people, Cargbaan has not closed for departures. In fact, an A330neo is about to take off. Hey Rick, thanks for the kind words. Je hebt er nog een fan bij. You just gained another fan. Thank you so much, Rick, and welcome. So, this is Delta Airlines flight 49 that we see taxiing onto the runway threshold in the distance. It is flying to New York JFK. It is an A330-900, so it is a neo. The airplane is 4 years old. Its first flight was in May of the year 2019. And indeed, a bizjet just took off from runway 22. I'm staying with the A330 for now. It is moving already. When you hear them pass by like that, those engines sound a little like the GE90s in my book. Really awesome sound. Definitely reminding me of the GE90s. I think Bob the Builder is on his lunch break. Over there in the distance, a KLM E2 Embraer 195 that is going to go to Oslo. A new airplane, 1 year old. First flight of this airplane was in March 2022. Indeed, a good in classic black livery. Oh, and the takeoff from DHL from the other runway. Okay. Banana, so close by the threshold of a runway, and then goes to taxi all the way around the terminal building to the other side. Also very good sounding. Okay, so the banana is now lined up and ready to go. Also coming this way, an A350 from Finnair. And the banana is already up in the sky. Back to the things going on over here. Delta A330-300 going to Atlanta, Georgia, flight 73. Again, these pilots have been listening. To some music. Let's get loud. And they sure did. And did not disappoint. I see a Finnair A350 soon to take off. First, an Embraer 190 going to Cork. Didn't I make a Delta emoji? I thought we had one, didn't we? But apparently we didn't. Huh, okay. Hey Barbs, good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Holland Wings, good day. Alright, interesting. Ah, there it is. Okay. Thought for a moment that flight radar wasn't showing the Embraer 190 that is now coming this way. So this is KLM flight 1085, Embraer 190 going to Cork. 14-year-old airplane, first flight June 2009. Oh. That is the downside of image stabilizer. It goes up and down, overshoots, a bit wobbly. You get different wobbliness, but that is what I don't like about image stabilizer. You get overshoots up and down, even though it reduces the minor vibrations quite well. This is just the camera without the locks engaged, so you can see those small wind vibrations. It does mitigate quite well. Not all of them, obviously. I have two settings. This was dynamic. Let's go back to standard setting, see if that maybe makes a difference. Standard image stabilizer instead of dynamic. Maybe standard is all we need. Now, this is Finnair going back to Helsinki, A350-900. Standard livery, flight 1302. We're waiting for it to get clearance to take off. It is 4 years old. First flight of this airplane was in November 2018. Dreamliner to Punta Cana, also coming this way, Marissa is saying, and the A380 expected in 47 minutes, Peter is informing us. Haha, A350 Finnair coming home, Thea Vento is saying. Excellent, excellent. Okay, Paul, thank you so much for joining again. Fijne zondag, see you soon. Don't know why the A380 is not taking off though. Don't see anything going on the runway over here. No patrol vehicles, no runway checks as far as I can see. I think now is the time for departure. The lights seem to have gone on. I think it is moving. Yeah, it is. It is coming. Finnair A350 back to Helsinki. Look at that, and already airborne. Yeah, I think I'm going to disengage the image stabilizer again. I think the up-down overcorrections make for a very wobbly image. That is probably more distracting than the minor vibrations of the wind when not moving the camera. In the meantime, Emirates has just taken off from 18 left. Alright, image stabilizer off. Next up, TUI flight 703 going to Punta Cana. 7878 Dreamliner, 8 years old, first flight March 2015. This is much better. Hey, good afternoon, Leila. Good to see you. BizJet taking off from runway 22. Busy day here this morning. Well, afternoon in the meantime. Looked like a steep curve, a steep turn, but maybe not so much. So in the direction of the wind, still more blue sky than land inward, what you typically see. Not uncommon. Coastal region, more sun than land inward. Embraer 190 lined up over here. And a Lufthansa A320 to Frankfurt just took off from 18 left. Hey Karsten, guten Tag. Steve J, good afternoon. Good to see you all again. Hope you're all doing well. Over here, departures take place, and this must be the quickest airborne so far. E2 Embraer 195 going to Birmingham, flight 1425. This airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in April 2021. Okay, KLM Dreamliner in the 100-year livery should be pushing back soon, Marissa says, heading to Chicago. So that's definitely a destination that we'll see the departure of on this runway. Or is it? Because looking at flight radar, I see traffic now. They see, oh wait. Okay, no. Zurich and Tarom to Bucharest are taxiing north. There is an Embraer 190 taking off from this runway. Now, on the south side of the cargo platform, there is also a 747 from Cargolux that has become active, although it doesn't say where it's going to, nor do I have any idea what time it's going to depart. Now, that blurry thing in the distance is an Embraer 190 going to Glasgow. KLM City Hopper, 13-year-old airplane. First flight was in January 2010. Okay, so that 747 is not going to depart from this runway very likely. If it's going to Luxembourg, although you never know. And I can see the Cargolux getting pushed back. Where is the A380 at the moment, by the way, guys? Still over Germany, undoubtedly. But I'm guessing it is approaching the German-Dutch border relatively quickly. The Emirates, I think you're right that A330 to Mumbai is good, unless they are going to close 18 left. Those are all destinations that they are going to fly. They are going to depart from 18 left for. A380 35 minutes out. Thank you so much, Marissa. Gotta love the backdrop with those friendly clouds. Hey Gary, good morning. Who's checking in from Stansted? Lots of planes flying between Amsterdam and London Stansted. We did already see a few in the morning take off to that destination. No immediate traffic in the vicinity of the runway threshold, so we can look at the Queen a bit longer. Also, a hideous Vueling airplane that just came around the corner. Oh, and there is actually traffic. It was so far away, it was hard to see, but there is an Embraer 175 coming this way, going to Oslo, or at least it says Oslo, but the abbreviation TRF is not the main airfield of Oslo, if I'm not mistaken. This airplane is 5 years old. First flight was January 2018. Hey there Andrew, good morning. Checking in from windy Yorkshire. So Yorkshire is also well represented over here today. Well, windy Yorkshire, windy Amsterdam as well. It is blowing with almost 20 knots right now. The coots are almost floating away. That KLM flight Marissa is referring to is a Dreamliner 10. We should be able to see it appear from the left in a minute. A lot of activity on the platform. Let me see, have I got only... Oh, wow! I only have outbound filtered and it is still bustling with airplanes. If I look at flight radar. Surely they can all be going to 18 left, can they? Which ones will be coming this way then? Well, I think there is our Dreamliner to Chicago. That's the first. Let's see, A330 to Bombay. That is going to 18 left. Royal Air Maroc to Nador, probably coming this way. Are also a few heavies going to the United States and Canada, but they don't seem to have been pushed back yet. Now fortunately this is only confirmation that the Queen will not be visible except later when it is coming from left to right and is taking off. So let's focus on what we can see up close in a few minutes, and this is the KLM 100 years livery 787-10 Dreamliner, today flying as KLM flight 611 to Chicago O'Hare. This airplane is 4 years old and its first flight was in January of the year 2019. Hey Camille, salut! Just a quickly good afternoon. Have a nice day. Thank you, you too my friend. See you again. Hey Thijs, goedemiddag. So we have another empty runway, which is interesting because it is bustling with airplanes on the platform if you filter AMS outbound. And the Cargolux 747 seems to be lining up on the runway, but not on the runway threshold, but earlier. A380 33 minutes out, so it's expected around 1:15, I guess. I think this is Royal Air Maroc to Nador. After that we are going to see the 747 take off from one I left. It's a bit of a catch-22. Without image stabilization, the footage is getting a bit shaky. Enabling it will reduce the wind vibrations but introduces overshooting vertically. I think I am going to resort to using image stabilizer just to get rid of those wind vibrations. In the meantime, a 737 is lining up to take off from 24. I am going to forego it because the Cargolux 747 will probably come. There it is. I think that's a bit more interesting to follow. Now, rotating already? Damn it. So, Cargolux Boeing 747-400 going back to Luxembourg. Now, behind these poles is a coot. There it is, doing some construction or something. I think here is a nest, and must be a very big nest, even though we cannot see it from over here, because they have been nest building for quite a while. Yes, Mal, there are swans, but you don't see them very often, and when they are present, the bird controllers will make sure to chase them away, because that is definitely not a bird you want to have stuck in your engines or pass through, which is what's more than likely what's going to happen. So they are here, but not. You don't see them very often. So this is a KLM 737-900 going to Lisbon. Flight radar doesn't say the flight number for some reason, but it does say all the other details. So I can tell you that this is a 21-year-old airplane that had its first flight in August of the year 2001. Goedemiddag Sven. Good to see you. And all other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Runway 27 is being used for arrivals. Runway 24 and runway 18 left are used for departures. And what we are now seeing is a KLM 777-200, and it's going to be flying to Canada, to Calgary. It is KLM flight 677. This airplane is 19 years old. First flight of this airplane was in September 2003. I can also see something very clear and bright red. That is Play going to Reykjavik. Don't even have to look it up. That one I can tell just by looking at it. On the move now, KLM flight 677, 777-200, ER, 19 years old. First flight September 2003, going to Calgary in Canada. The sweetest symphony of GE. And it looks like we might hear more of it quickly. Hey there, Jeffrey. Checking in from Nairobi, where it is very cold. That is something you wouldn't think of Nairobi, that it is cold. Sending over some warmth to you then, my friend. Interesting nicknames. Donna yesterday referred to the Play airplane, or no, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, as the lipstick livery. Jean-Yves says it looks like a salami. I think you're both right. A lipstick salami. Okay, this flying salami is Salami Airways flight 461 A320 Neo, going to Reykjavik. And despite what you might think, this airplane is 6 years old already. The first flight was in April 2017. Now after the Salami, we are going to see United Airlines flight 21 going to Houston, Texas, 777-200. After that, a Dreamliner to Las Vegas, also from KLM. There we go, Air Salami, Lipstick Air. Now it is time for two heavies, the first of which is a 777-200 from United. The second one, a Dreamliner to Las Vegas from KLM. So this is United Airlines Flight 21 777-200 ER. She's 24 years old. First flight of this airplane was in October 1998. Going to Houston in Texas. Thanks for the kind words, Jeffrey. If you're talking about cold months, how cold are we talking about? I can imagine that what must be cold for you guys is probably not that cold for us over here in Europe. Just curious how much Celsius or Fahrenheit it is right now over there. Meanwhile, United 21 on the go. Thanks for the update, Marissa, who says that the A380 is now flying below Zwolle, 13 minutes out. 27 still the only runway in use for arrivals. Let me quickly have a look on the Baangebruik app. Oh shoot, 18 right has also been reopened. Most logical would be for the A380 to come in on runway 27, provided it is still open in 13 minutes from now. But given the prevailing wind, I think they are going to keep it open. So this is KLM flight 635, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner outbound to Las Vegas. This airplane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in April of the year 2016. Looks like another bigger bird is coming this way. Delta Airlines A330. But before that we are going to see this, and it is KLM flight 1037, Boeing 737-800. Going to Malaga. The airplane is 4 years old. First flight was in March 2019. Let me switch to AMS, both inbound and outbound. Also checking out. Okay, so this is the Saudia Dreamliner that is now arriving from Jeddah. So this is what we are going to see from the A380 if it is coming to this runway. It's not a lot, so don't get your hopes up too high that you're going to see a lot of detail of the special livery. Jeffrey asks, no ducks today. Well, we did see mama duck and a few ducklings swim by. But it was more a cameo than anything. They swam from one side of the canal to the other. And they swam to the part that we cannot see from over here. They basically swam from here and continued in that direction and around the corner where this water continues and emerges again over here. It's been coots mostly that we have seen over here today, unfortunately. Now, let's see. Okay. Yeah, looking at where the A380 is flying, it is definitely coming to runway 27. 6 or 7 airplanes preceding it. Hard to count, but it is near Zeewolde. Okay, good to know. Have to keep that in mind. Right now we are looking at Delta Airlines Flight 163, ladies and gentlemen, on the runway of runway 24. Delta A330-1000 to Minneapolis. Is that the second or the third one that we have seen to Minneapolis? They do fly on a regular basis to that destination. Just noticed it right now. Anyway, this airplane is 15 years old. First flight was in August 2007. Embraer to Stuttgart. Embraer 190 from German Airways just took off. Standard livery. We haven't seen the chocolate livery yet. The exception to the rule, I suppose. And the A330 is coming this way. 777 to Sao Paulo has been pushed back, Marissa is saying. Also a likely candidate to take off from runway 24. We're going to see another A320neo in a moment. Looking at flight radar. I think make that 2 A320neos because ITA Airways back to Rome has just taken off from 18 left. I thought we were going to see Aegean Airways A320, but it is taxiing to the other runway, so I was wrong in that respect. Hey Jens, goedemiddag. And Marissa is informing us that there is also a Delta A350 getting pushed back. Now, talking about pushbacks, I spy with my little eye a Queen of the Sky that also is getting pushed back. Ah, airside was nuts yesterday. Excellent, man, excellent. The weather was a bit unfortunate until the second half of the afternoon when it became a bit drier. Oh, that's doable. 2 times 30 minutes of rain. I saw a lot more yesterday. Dreadful, but good for the plants. So Yorkshire is letting us know that that 747 is going to Shanghai. Marissa confirming. Oh, that is cool. Being on board the 777 while it was getting towed from the stand to the gate. That is super. Did you get to sit in the cockpit, Jens? Okay, we can see that the flight controls are getting checked, so that means they are going to put the flaps in the takeoff configuration after that and start taxiing as soon as they have gotten clearance and have gone through the checklist. I think we can see the flaps getting lowered right now. That's the standard order. Checking the flight controls, then the flaps in their takeoff configuration. Beautiful to see them extend. Typically when everything is ready they request clearance to permission to taxi. Hey! However interesting this Queen that is now also started its taxi might be. Okay, A380 about to land. So as interesting as the ducks may be, now it is time to go back to the Emirates A380 Super. Going to runway 27, so unfortunately today we are not able to see a whole lot of it. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Number 8 worldwide, most followed by 672 people at the moment on flight radar. It is in a special livery. Rugby World Cup France. Now unfortunately we don't get to see a whole lot of it from over here. Too bad. But I'm sure sooner or later we're going to see it up close. Also don't expect to see it taxi after it has landed and vacated the runway, because its stand is on the other side of the main terminal building. So that is all we can see from over here, unfortunately. So the Queen is moving out and A350 is moving in. This is KLM flight 791 777-300 ER, 14-year-old airplane going to Sao Paulo. And there's a Cathay Pacific getting pushed back, and Marissa seems to be very convinced that it's going to depart from runway 24. I hope you're right there, Marissa. That would be very awesome. Meanwhile, another heavy taking off from the other runway, A330 to Kuwait City. Ah, Nicholas, good day. Greetings to Donna. Hope you're all doing well. Jens, I don't think you understand how busy I am, actually. I miss a lot of messages all the time, unfortunately. Now 747 to Shanghai, but hey, are we in luck? I was expecting it to go to the threshold of 18 left, but it looks like it's actually so we saw the pushback, we saw the lowering of the flaps, the initiation of the taxi, and now we're even going to see the departure. Well, thank you all so much for joining. That's all the time we have left. Awesome. Okay, nice. Interesting change of interesting development, I should say. Wasn't expecting this. Hey Martin, goedemiddag. I thought I already said hi to you, didn't I? I knew you were watching already. Haha, Mol thought that the Green Brigade banned the 747. Well, not if I can help it. Second queen of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So this is Air China Cargo Flight 1040, Boeing 747-400, going to Shanghai. This airplane is 17 years old, first flight April 2006, so it's still a young queen, relatively. What's more pretty than a 747 against a Dutch backdrop of blue sky and some friendly clouds? Honestly, I don't know. Also lovely how the sun illuminates the livery and the airplane. Now interesting is that this airplane has now turned to the south and seems to continue its turn to the east. I would have thought that these airplanes would fly over the north of Russia, since they are allowed to do so still, at least to my knowledge. So instead I would have expected it to make a right-hand turn and head to the northeast towards Groningen and towards Scandinavia and the Baltic states and then the north of Siberia. So apparently a different route today. Alright. No time to waste. Another beautiful departure. Delta Airlines Flight 75 A350-900 going to Atlanta, Georgia. Hey there, Rod. Checking in from SoCal. Good morning to you, my friend. Continued success. Absolutely. What are we looking at over here? Another pushback 777. And ooh, haha. Cathay Pacific A350-1000, the biggest of the family. Lining up in the distance. Cathay Pacific. Cathay Pacific. Cathay Pacific. Flight 270 going to Hong Kong. A350-1000. This airplane, 4 years old, first flight March 2019. Cathay Pacific. Could go for some lunch. So let's see. Triple on the move. And it does look like all traffic is coming this way. Now I'm also going to wrap up this stream at some point. I'm streaming now for almost 4 hours. I am starting to get a bit peckish. Over here we have an EasyJet A319 that is going to split. Was looking a little at flight radar and missed an airplane that was coming this way. Let's see. EasyJet flight 828-675 A319 going to London Gatwick is coming this way. 13 years old. First flight October 2009. Right, now time for another big bird, 777-200 going to Rio de Janeiro. KLM flight 705. It is a 777-200 ER, 19 years old, first flight December 2003, and already airborne. landing nose gear was... The main landing gear was already retracted, and they had an issue where the nose gear did not go up right away. It's not normal for it to be that delayed. That was definitely an anomaly. But it did retract eventually, so hopefully it's going to lower again normally as well when they come to their destination. They arrive to their destination. Right, so this is the China Southern Cargo that we just saw getting pushed back and taxi to the runway. Going to Guangzhou. 777 freighter, 13 years old, first flight October 2009. No ASML parts on board. Oh wait, it is on the other side, yeah. Another pushback. Coming this way, Boeing 737-900, LL to Tel Aviv. This is flight 338 and it is a 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. And hey there, M13, greetings from Azerbaijan, greetings to you as well. Meantime, a Transavia 737-800 going to Naples, Napoli, flight 6413, a 23-year-old. And Antti is asking if we have seen the A340 from Surinam. Well, not today. Today we saw a 777 instead. Hey. that one flew directly over me. The first airplane I wasn't able to follow because it was directly over me, and the limitations of my tripod first hindered me. And we have the baby grebe here, grown a bit more. I think this is the one that we saw gob up that entire unit of a fish recently. So not exactly an early riser. Good to see it still thriving and growing. In the meantime, Air Canada is coming this way. Air Canada flight 809 777. 15-year-old airplane, 777-200 long range. The 737, and also I think the Embraer 175 also doesn't have gear, main gear doors. Not sure if the 90 has that either. I think both the 190 and the 175 together with the 737. Also the A220. Right, so this is the United Airlines 767-400 going to Washington DC. 767-400, we don't see that very often, although lately it seems to be flying to Amsterdam each day, which is quite special. This airplane, 21 years old, first flight January 2002. Now, the wind is still blowing from the southwest to west. At moments it seemed a bit more quiet, but I think overall the wind speed has not gone down yet. Next up is going to be an A330-300 KLM flight 767. Another one of those KLM jokes, I think. Going to Oranjestad. This one is 11 years old. First flight February 2012. think this is mama and baby together. Still recognizable by the zebra livery, the young grebe. This should be an A320 to Vienna. Alrighty, this 747 is going to be the last plane of the day, the very last plane. It looks like two airplanes are preceding it, two Embraer 190s, the first of which is already on the lineup. It doesn't say, oh wait, it does say, if you click on it, going to Palma de Mallorca, KLM Embraer 190, 14 years old, first flight October 2008. And it is coming this way. The second Embraer 190 already lining up, going to London Heathrow, directly behind it. There we go. KLM flight 1017, Embraer 190, the second one back to back. This one going to London Heathrow. The airplane's age 7 years. First flight was in November 2015. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the last airplane of the day is lining up in the distance. I think it is the third queen of the day. Silkway West Airlines flight 210, Boeing 747-400, going to Baku. This airplane is 17 years old. First flight was in March 2006. Alright folks, this was the last airplane of the day. Thank you all so much for joining me once again. I had a blast and I hope you guys did too. If you're new to the channel and you like what you saw, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. Not only will you help me reach more people like you and me who are also into aviation content such as this, you'll also be able to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live again, you get notified and can join us for more live stream action from Schiphol Airport. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow, probably in the morning, weather permitting. So if you guys are able to join, I will see you then. Thanks to everybody who was so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, super likes, memberships. You guys are the best, and the channel wouldn't be anything without you guys. Now, this plane too, not going to the right but to the left, in the clouds, the moment where it becomes a bit harder to follow. Yeah, she's going to go into the clouds for a moment. And then pop out. This is where I'm going to say goodbye, my friends. Again, thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, be safe, and I will see you all again very soon. I'm gonna say bye for now and take care.